all stand. Coroners has commenced.
Good morning. I understand that we are privileged to have Graham Davis King here this morning to welcome us to country.
Thank you, Your Honour, and also thank you for what you're investigating and seeing the safety of our community up in the mountains in New South Wales. And thank you for that, for what you do in the state government and what's happening here in this process. And my name's Graham Davis King, and I'm from the Durban Local Aboriginal Land Council. So we're the incorporated Aboriginal Land Council for Western Sydney, which goes from Parramatta up to Wollemi National Park, goes across the Bell, down to Warragamba Dam, follows Warragamba Dam, about 5 kilometres north of there, of the dam boundary to Elizabeth Drive, and then connects with Woodville Road, and then back up to Parramatta. So that's the incorporated area of Durban. And Durban means, it means rivers, so this is the river country, but also it's to do with the people and where we're heading, which we're heading to, the best sort of society that we can achieve, which is in another world, yeah. But Durban, that's what it means, river, but also people. So place of the people, place of the rivers. And as part of this, also, I should say, the Durban Land Council is the biggest property owner in Western Sydney. So we own about 17,500 hectares of land, or 175 square kilometres of land. And a lot of that was affected by the bushfires. But we also have people that manage country, and so when the fire went through there, it seemed to be a cool burn. But in some places there was ferocious burns, such as in Blackheath, which on 10 hectare property there, but mostly we were unscathed. And also I should say too, because we've got a rock art team up in the Blue Mountains. And I've got to say that the rock art, when we investigated in the Wollemi, wasn't affected, but the trees, the big trees were, and marker trees and that. So they've gone, burnt to a cinder. But the Aboriginal sites are safe, and that there I can attest to with our rock art team in the Blue Mountains. So with this welcome, what I'd like to do is acknowledge all Aboriginal peoples from our region, from the Durban Local Aboriginal Land Council region, traditional owners and custodians, and we believe that native title still exists today, and many of our people we acknowledge are still fighting for that acknowledgement for native title, for their rights as custodians and traditional owners, and we've got a big stake in that too, Durban Local Aboriginal Land Council. Also, what I want to do now is to do a song which comes from the Durban Local Aboriginal Land Council area, and it is in the language of the Aboriginal people of the Sydney Basin and the Blue Mountains. And what the song says, it says, actually it's from Sackville, I should explain that. Sackville Aboriginal Reserve was the first legal case that Durban Local Aboriginal Land Council did, and was successful in the Land Environment Court, and with the story of the rock and the tree, which that story, to do with Durban, is about helping one another. That's our symbol, the rock and the tree, and from Sackville Aboriginal Reserve, and it's still growing there today, and it's about helping one another. And that's kinship law too. You might have heard of the eagle and crow, that they're at war with each other and fighting each other. That's about 0.1% of what they do. The other 99.9% is helping one another, and that's what we aim for. So in this song, what it says, Wooba wooba min yamandi, or wallaby wallaby what many, or there's lots of kangaroo, lots of food. There's abundance here in these lands. And then the song from Sackville Aboriginal Reserve, it says, Angui Kuli Birung. Angui means we sit down with the fire, but also we sit down. The fire represents a lot of things. Ceremony. There's a lot of spirit entities that we talk about in our community around the fire. But it's our ceremony. And there's another word, similar, Wimali, means the same thing. Sit down with the fire. And actually, we're married to it. That's what it means, married to the fire. And Kuli is law, and Birung is the star of Venus, and also to do with relationships. It's to do with the Seven Sisters story, which will take a long time to say, the Seven Sisters story, but it's to do with relationships. And that there is the kinship system, and they're very complex, especially with adults and older people. And then the song says, Mati Mati Wiri, or it's about, this part is the stages of the emu, and also it's also about who are we as a community, as a people. And I see everyone as part of that, Aboriginal people particularly, but I see the whole community in our region as part of this part, to do with the stages of the emu. And the emu woman too, some people wonder, well, who is the boss up here? And I have to say the emu woman is. And how she comes down if she's offended, if we break law, Kuli, is she actually comes down in a big fire, I've got to say. And that's our folklore. And that's the emu woman. And her sites are also out there, and they're intact. And so there's some theories that have been about that. So this is the stages of the emu in this song. Mati Mati Wiri, or Ness Ness, and Wiri is Kulamon. So that's the little ones, the babies and the children. And then the song says, Wankor Wankor, or those little baby striped emus. The young ones, or young people, or teenagers. And we know quite often there's a lot of issues we deal with teenagers, but we understand that because they're part of our community and we're working with them. Even as first responders even, we're doing that. And then the song finishes off with Angui Kuli Birung Mariong Ato Mati. So Mariong is the adult emu. Angui, Kuli, they understand ceremony, sit down, run ceremony, the fire, and care for that. Understand the law. Understand complex relationships, the adult. And then the song finishes off with Atu Mati. Atu means we're going from A to U. So there's, in Aboriginal languages, mostly there's 3 vowels, but sometimes there's a diphthong, maybe 4. Sometimes, so in this language there's 4. But there's this, energetically, we're going from A, energy, it's the people, to U. We're ascending to Mati, the nest. And this is where we are as decision makers, and as who I see here, and I would say that a lot of people listening on the internet today are the decision makers, are the elders, and that's where we are. So we're the decision makers, Atu Mati. So I'm going to sing that song with these boomerangs I made from Callistemon in this region, and I'm going to sing this song, and I hope that this helps in your journey to healing and to finding out what's happening. And I think the community has made a lot of adjustments and made a lot of balances in what's been happening. And I think that what's happening is in this song. Wuba wuba minya mandi. Uncle Wiggly be room. Mati mati weary. Wanko kuli be room. Mario matu mati. Wuba wuba minya mandi. Uncle Wiggly be room. Mati mati weary. Wanko kuli be room. Mario matu mati. And that's a song from this region. And I think it explains a lot. And the reason why I sing the song, like maybe some people might have heard it a dozen times. I've sang it hundreds of times. I still learn. And there's always a gift in this song for everyone. And I know that. And that's all what I'd like to do. And just like to say, Mea Kiaka Yamakara, welcome everyone to the lands of Djerban Land Council, acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of this region. And I know that we'll be able to get through this. And that song, by the way, is in lots of, not only just from here, there's lots of different language areas represented in that song. And because of that, as a linguist, I study linguistics, I know that song is about 4,000 or 5,000 years old. So that's the rules here. And that's what we understand in our culture, Aboriginal culture in this region. But I know all across New South Wales. And my grandfather, Archie King, was the last initiator of the Wiradjuri Yampa, for example, where I come from. And I can tell you that his understanding would have been pretty close to that as an Aboriginal lawman. Okay, thank you, and good luck with what you're doing today, and you're investigating what's happened, and the whole community has. And yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham, for that very gracious and generous welcome, and I found that very educative as well. So thank you. I too would like to say a few things. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we're meeting here today, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I'd also like to extend my respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here and who are watching this from wherever they are. Thank you very much. I'll now take appearances.
My pleasure, Honour. My name's Castleton. I appear with my learned friends, Ms Ward of Senior Counsel, Mr Wilcox and Mr Harker, assisting on in relation to the Gospers Valley Fire, Mount Wilson and the Gospers Mountain Fire, Wollamai National Park.
Thank you, Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, my name is Newton. I appear on behalf of the Commissioner of the Rural Fire Service and the National Parks and Wildlife Service.
Thank you, Mr Newton.
Your Honour, I'm instructed that IAG no longer wish to seek leave in relation to the Gospers Valley Fire, Mount Wilson. If that could be noted accordingly.
Yes, thank you, that's noted.
If it's convenient to Your Honour, I propose to open each of the inquiries now.
Thank you, Mr Castleton.
This is the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Gospers Mountain Fire, Wollamai National Park, and the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Gospers Valley Fire, Mount Wilson. Given the connection between the two fires, the court will consider them consecutively. The Gospers Mountain Fire is believed to have originated in remote bushland in the Wollamai National Park on 26 October 2019. The World Heritage listed Wollamai National Park is the second largest national park in New South Wales and forms part of the Great Dividing Range. The Gospers Mountain Fire, also referred to as the Mega Fire or Mega Blaze, generated enormous community concern and significant media interest due to its close proximity to Sydney. Your Honour, it burnt an area of approximately 1,626 hectares, the largest single forest fire in Australian recorded history. It burnt within the lands of the Darug, the Gunungara, Awabakar, Darkinginung, Wiradjuri and Wanarua people. The Gospers Mountain fire burnt for over 15 weeks. Fanned by strong winds and unprecedented dry conditions, it spread from the Wollamai National Park to the Gardens of Stone National Park, the Yengo National Park and beyond, through the local government areas of Lithgow, the Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury, Singleton and Cessnock. Over 147 properties were directly impacted, with homes and other structures destroyed in Clarence, Dargan, Lithgow, Bell, Nunes, Walgan Valley and Colo Heights. The Gospers Mountain fire precipitated another fire known as the Gospers Valley fire. That is, in anticipation of the likely advance of the Gospers Mountain fire, the RFS implemented a number of strategic backburns with a view to strengthening a southern containment edge for that fire. One such backburn took place on Saturday, 14 December 2019, starting at the intersection of Mount Wilson Road and Bell's Line of Road. Although ultimately a matter for Your Honour to determine, the evidence suggests that spot overs from this backburn took hold in country east of Mount Wilson Road and rapidly spread into an area with heavy fuel loads. Fanned by strong winds, the fire quickly developed and ultimately burnt through parts of the lands of the Darug, the Gunungara and Wiradjuri people. The Gospers Valley fire, so named once it leapt across the Gross River, affected towns including Mount Wilson, Bilpin, Kurrajong Heights, Mount Tomah, Barrambing, Blackheath and Mount Victoria. A further 22 homes and 30 outbuildings were decimated and 13 properties damaged by the Gospers Valley Mount Wilson fire. Fortunately, Your Honour, there was no loss of human life in respect of the Gospers Mountain and Gospers Valley fires. However, a number of harrowing incidents did occur during the course of fire suppression and evacuation efforts, resulting in various injuries to those responding to the fires and those living in their path. Combined, the two fires burnt over 532,546 hectares, approximately 50,000 hectares of state forest and some 433,000 hectares of national park tenure was impacted. This included, but was not limited to, the Parr State Conservation Area, Ben Bullens, Walgan, Nunes, Putty and Corricudgee State Forests and the Wollamai, Gardens of Stone, Yengo and Blue Mountains National Parks. Your Honour, I'll just have now displayed a map from Forestry New South Wales which identifies the defined forest areas. And Your Honour, this is found at page 204 of the brief of evidence. Your Honour sees that the localities affected by the Gospers Mountain ignition in that map now displayed on screen. Your Honour, reportedly over 80% or 850,000 hectares of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area was impacted by fires, not just these two fires during the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Successful fire suppression by remote aerial firefighting teams and aerial resources were critical in ensuring the remaining 20% remained unburnt. This included saving the last remaining wild stands of Wollamai pines in the world in a remote sandstone canyon within the Wollamai National Park. Superintendent Karen Hodges, Incident Controller for the Gospers Mountain Fire, describes the fire starting out as a sleeping giant, with some rainfall experienced in the early days of the burn. However, as soon as the weather turned, she states the fire reared its head. The court will hear that on 12 November 2019, conditions became catastrophic, with fire spread occurring on all points of the compass. with the sheer speed of the fire overwhelming firefighters, it became clear that extensive planning would need to be undertaken to form an overall containment strategy to fight the fire and communities in the predicted path of its spread. Superintendent Hodges states that weather changes, both anticipated and unanticipated, and the ignition of fires by lightning around the perimeter of pre-existing fire created new blazes beyond containment lines and disrupted plans, strategies and resourcing. This required alternate strategies to be revisited. Conditions reportedly limited the ability to undertake direct attack by ground crews and aircraft. There were many road closures across the region affected by these fires for significant periods. Major arterial roads affected included Bell's Line of Road, Putty Road, the Darling Causeway and the Great Western Highway due to fire impact, fire suppression and make-safe activities. Communities in remote locations became cut off from all telecommunication for weeks, making them ever more so vulnerable to oncoming fire. Some of these communities only had one road in and out, leaving some with little option but to shelter where they could and brace for impact. Even those that were on notice of the oncoming fire were not prepared for its relentless ferocity and speed. For the benefit of those in court and or watching the proceedings on YouTube, yesterday on 14 June 2022, the State Coroner and members from the assisting team, including myself, Ms Ward of Senior Counsel and Mr Wilcox, attended an inspection of the Gospers Valley fire suspected area of origin, led by the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Sergeant Laura Jane Harvey. We also attended relevant vantage points, including the Winds Rocks Lookout and Defar's Rocks Lookout. We extend our gratitude to Detective Sergeant Harvey for her time and effort in preparing her investigation and for walking us through the suspected area of origin. The hearing this week, Your Honour. It is important to emphasise the focus of the hearings this week is upon the cause and origin of the Gospers Mountain fire and the cause and origin of the Gospers Valley fire. This is a limited scope, not extending to decision-making in the lead-up to, during or after the arrival of each fire. The Court is aware, though, of community concern around the adequacy or otherwise of preparation in advance of these fires and decisions relating to the execution of backburning as a containment measure. Other issues around communication of the fire ground and communication with local communities are also raised within the briefs of evidence. Your Honour, some of these issues, and perhaps others concerning the Gospers Valley fire, will be explored as part of Your Honour's Stage 2 representative case study hearings. The hearings into representative case studies will commence at the Coroners Court at Lidcombe on the 5th of September this year. Your Honour, I come now to the Gospers Mountain fire and the suspected area of origin. As outlined, Gospers Mountain is located deep in the Wollamai National Park, dominated by dry sclerophyll forest. The suspected area of origin of the fire is a small knoll about 2 to 3 kilometres southwest of Gospers Mountain. I'll just have displayed now, Your Honour, a Google Earth satellite image of the suspected area of origin prepared by my instructing solicitors. As Your Honour can see from the satellite image, the area is isolated and undeveloped. It is heavily vegetated. The only signs of human activity in the vicinity are a decommissioned airstrip some 1.7 kilometres to the northwest, a former army road, and although not able to be made out in the image before Your Honour now, small structures on a private land holding on the mountain itself. I'll just have my instructing solicitor zoom in. And Your Honour, the closest town to the suspected area of origin is the township of Glen Davis, which is approximately 11 kilometres to the southwest, and Your Honour will see that identified on the satellite image now. Your Honour, no established trails traverse the suspected area of origin. National Parks and Wildlife Services Officer Adam Bryce records in his statement that the closest bushwalkers would come to the suspected area of origin is the decommissioned airstrip or Gospers Mountain itself. Reaching the suspected area of origin from either location requires crossing a stream and traversing a steep gully. In the 2 years prior to this fire, that is the Gospers Mountain fire, rainfall at Gospers Mountain was recorded as very much below average. The 9 months leading up to 31 December 2019 were the driest ever recorded. This, Your Honour, played a significant role in curing ground level fuel, which in turn contributed to the spread of the fire. The suspected area of origin had previously burnt in a bushfire between December 2013 and February 2014, known as the Giribung Creek Fire. The evidence of National Parks and Wildlife officers is that the area had not otherwise been the subject of hazard reduction burn since that time. Burns were planned every 10 years. Despite this, the Giribung Creek Fire meant that available fuel in the suspected area of origin was less than in some surrounding areas. I come to the ignition, Your Honour. On 26 October 2019, a total fire ban order was in place for the Central Ranges and other areas of the state. Observations from the closest weather station to Gospers Mountain at Marangaroo recorded the temperature at 11 a.m. on that day as 18 degrees. Relative humidity was 55%, wind speed 14.8 kilometres per hour, wind direction 300 degrees, being from the northwest, and wind gusts of up to 31.3 kilometres per hour. Your Honour will see from this radar image from the Bureau of Meteorology that at 11 a.m. on 26 October 2019, a rain event passed over the suspected area of origin. Raw data shows a potential lightning strike at 10:55 a.m. in the vicinity of the suspected area of origin. Your Honour will see here a Google Earth satellite image with a green balloon marking the location of the suspected lightning strike, with the decommissioned airstrip previously referred to northwest of the marker. Your Honour will hear evidence from Rebecca Lowe, formerly employed as a meteorologist and account manager with Metro Weather, as to the identification of this strike. There were no other lightning strikes recorded in the suspected area of origin at any time in the period between the 1st and the 26th of October 2019. After the lightning strike that potentially caused the fire, the recorded winds increased in intensity. By midday, 25.9 kilometre per hour winds were recorded at Marangaroo, with a wind direction of 290 degrees, being from the west-northwest, and gusts of up to 48.2 kilometres per hour. Due to previous lightning activity in the region, the National Parks and Wildlife Service had formed a rapid aerial response team. At 12:39 p.m, that team departed Ralston on the helicopter Park Air 2 to detect any fires that may have arisen from lightning in the areas around Ralston, Abbotsford, Turon and the Gardens of Stone and Wallamai National Parks. At 12:54 p.m, whilst near Turon, the team reported seeing smoke in the vicinity of Gospers Mountain. They arrived at the site of the bushfire at 1:07 p.m. The brief of evidence includes statements from each member of the team and the pilot of Park Air 2, who witnessed these early stages of the fire. Crew leader Robert Smith records that he saw an active 1 to 2 metre flame which was burning in thick bushland. Fellow crew member Andrew Benson made the same observation, but also saw the flame crowning in the winds, that is, spreading across the canopy. Fueled by strong winds, the fire spread quickly. By the time Park Air 2 completed its first overhead circle of the fire, Mr Benson estimated that the fire increased in size from about 1.5 football fields to 2 football fields. Pilot Alan McKay estimated the winds at the time were up to 40 knots, that is over 70 kilometres per hour from the west. The Rapid Aerial Response Team were unanimous that these conditions meant the team could not be safely deployed on the ground to fight the fire, nor could the fire be safely bucketed by helicopter. The area was so remote that there was no effective and safe means of ground access to the fire. Crew member Delette Hazel captured the helicopter's coordinates at the edge of the fire, and 3 photographs were taken by Officer Callum Wolfe as they circled the fire. I'll just have those 3 photographs displayed, Your Honour, which were taken from Park Air 2. The first photograph, Your Honour, which is found at page 42 of the brief, was taken from the northeast, shows smoke from the fire being blown to the southeast. The next photograph, Your Honour, is also taken from page 43 of the brief, shows a similar angle to the earlier photograph, but much closer to the fire. Your Honour will see the flames of the fire in the centre of the photograph, with what appears to be a low flame height. And then the third photograph, Your Honour, found at page 44, was taken from the east, looking across to the fire, also shows a low flame height and similar movement of the smoke from the fire. Your Honour, the first line scan of the fire was taken at 1:58 p.m, and Your Honour has that now on screen. And this image displays a map of the suspected area of origin with the line scan overlaid. The map shows not only the sheer remoteness of the area, but the progression of the fire to the east and southeast. At the time, firefighting had not commenced due to high winds. Your Honour, a water bomber was engaged and arrived at 2:05 p.m, with the helicopter Park Air 2 and the Rapid Aerial Response Team leaving the area. The bomber dropped 3,000 litres of water on the fire in this first run. Wind gusts about that time were reported at Marangaroo above 35 kilometres per hour from the west-northwest. The pilot of the bomber, Glenn Purdom, observed that the fire was approximately 10 hectares in size. When he returned for his second run at 2:33 p.m, Mr Purdom took photographs of the fire, and I'll just have those displayed now, Your Honour. The first, Your Honour, which is found at page 1761 of the brief, was taken north of the fire, shows a small knoll visible through the smoke. Your Honour, that is the suspected area of origin. If I move to, as with the photographs from Park Air 2, the smoke is shown billowing to the east and southeast, with the heaviest smoke to the left being to the east of the small knoll. I come now, Your Honour, to the second photograph taken by Mr Purdom, page 1763 of the brief. This is taken south of the fire, Your Honour. Whilst no flame is visible, the smoke can again be seen being blown to the southeast or east. Your Honour, the high winds continued throughout the afternoon. This is still the 26th of October 2019, with gusts recorded at Marangaroo of up to 44.3 kilometres per hour from the west and west-northwest. Mr Purdom carried out 2 further water drops in these conditions until he and his brother were retasked to fight another bushfire. At about 5:30 p.m, the Rapid Aerial Response Team returned by helicopter and reported that the fire had increased in size to approximately 25 hectares with a flame height of 1 metre. By the morning of 27 October 2019, weather conditions had eased sufficiently for 6 National Parks and Wildlife Service officers to be winched to the ground near the fire. What 2 of those officers saw whilst fighting the fire represents the earliest evidence of its origin from the ground. At about 3 p.m, Officer Lenny Smiles Schmidt records that the fire became uncontrollable. Officer Smiles Schmidt had a conversation with Divisional Commander Mr Benson, and the decision was made to retreat. During that retreat, Officer Smiles Schmidt saw a stringy bark tree with its top section blown out and stringy bark spread around the base. Officer Smiles Schmidt reports that the tree was northwest of the original anchor point for fighting the fire. At a similar time, Mr Benson also saw a stringy bark tree with a fallen branch and its top, which he described as split. He observed timber shards and bark spread around the entirety of the tree for up to 50 metres. In the limited time available, Mr Benson, to make any observations, he saw burn patterns in the form of narrow tracks that fed away from the tree to other ground that had been completely burnt. It is not certain whether this was the same tree observed by Officer Smiles Schmidt. Shortly after Mr Benson saw the tree, the fire turned towards the south and wrapped back around on itself. The crew were required to quickly take refuge in ground that had already been burnt. Mr Benson observes that it was likely that the tree was once more affected by the fire after it had changed direction. Mr Benson estimates that the tree was located about 100 metres northwest of where he entered the fire ground. As at 3:30 p.m. on the 27th of October 2019, the fire was reportedly 350 hectares in size. I come now to the progression of the Gospers Mountain fire. The National Parks and Wildlife Service managed to limit the spread of the fire between 28 October and 6 November 2019, with the fire reportedly 10,500 hectares in size as at 7:52 p.m. on 6 November 2019. On 7 November 2019, there was a significant change in weather conditions. Westerly winds up to 70 kilometres per hour grounded firefighting aircraft, significantly hampering the containment effort and driving the fire on a significant run to the east-southeast of over 10 kilometres. As at 4:16 p.m. that day, the fire was reportedly 15,800 hectares in size. Strong winds continued to drive the fire to the east over the following days, with conditions expected to deteriorate on 12 November 2019. The Commissioner of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service made a preemptive Section 44 declaration on 11 November 2019, and the RFS assumed management of the fire response. By this time, over 30,400 hectares had been burnt, being mostly World Heritage listed National Park. No homes had been lost. Your Honour, that regrettably changed the following day. The court has before it a fire progression map for 12 November 2019, and I'll just have that displayed now, Your Honour. In conditions forecast as catastrophic, the fire made a significant run of up to 15 kilometres to the east-southeast, crossed Putty Road and the Colo River, and grew by 26,000 hectares that day to an area of approximately 56,000 hectares with a perimeter of around 170 kilometres. Fire conditions were so extreme that pyrocumulonimbus clouds formed, creating a storm that prevented direct firefighting. Homes and structures were destroyed at Malong, Elm Heights and Fleet Wing. I'll just have displayed now, Your Honour, a photograph obtained from the ABC News, which was published on their website on 26 July 2020, of the pyrocumulus nimbus clouds. And I'll just have played also a video which was posted to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service Facebook page of the conditions experienced on the 12th of November 2019. Your Honour, the events on 12 November 2019 caused a change in the containment strategy for the fire. In her statement in the brief, Superintendent Karen Hodges details that the dry conditions and related fire behaviour had rendered ineffective usual containment strategies, such as the use of creeks, wet gullies, rainforested areas, hand tool lines and narrow fire trails. A decision was made to focus on harder containment lines, including the use of major roads and high-quality fire trails to contain the fire. Those strategies included an 80-kilometre continuous southern containment line from Upper Colo in the east through Bilpin, Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell to Lithgow in the west. Detailed planning for the protection of Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell commenced on 18 November 2019. According to RFS witnesses, planning for the southern containment line had to take into account the fact that the area between the Gospers Mountain fire and these townships in its path had very few natural features considered suitable for containment. Furthermore, planning took into account past experience from the State Mine Fire in 2013, which ran 30 kilometres in approximately 9 hours under strong winds from near Oakey Park, just outside Lithgow, to north of Mount Tootie. Your Honour will see from the fire progression map for 18 November 2019, the fire was then some 30 kilometres to the north of Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell.
Might just pause there for a moment, Mr. Castleton, and perhaps if someone wouldn't mind just checking to see if it's possible to stop the drilling.
My pleasure. I understand the drilling has been dealt with, Your Honour. I might just return to that fire progression map that was previously on screen, which is found at page 991 of the Gospers brief. As I said a moment ago, Your Honour, you'll see from this particular fire progression map for 18 November 2019, the fire was at that point in time some 30 kilometres to the north of Mount Irvine, Mount Wilson and Bell. The Gospers Mountain fire continued, Your Honour, to progress on all fronts from the latter half of November through to 2 December 2019. There were significant runs to the southeast and east over this period. And Your Honour sees the progression as at 2 December 2019 on this fire progression map, which is found at page 1017. As can be seen in the fire progression map for 2 December 2019, firefighting resources were clearly stretched, attending to some 25 fires over multiple local government areas. Further ignitions to the east of the Gospers Mountain fire occurred at Thompson's Creek, 3 Mile, Wrights Creek and Little L, and north at Kerry's Ridge. The Little L fire will be the subject, Your Honour, of a separate inquiry next week. The Thompson Creek fire was later amalgamated with the Gospers Mountain fire on 6 December 2019. Importantly, Your Honour, each of the following fires were managed by separate incident management teams subject to separate Section 44 declarations. The Gospers Mountain Fire, Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre, the 3 Mile Fire, Charm Haven Fire Control Centre, the Little L Complex Fire, the Lower Hunter Fire Control Centre, and the Kerry Ridge and Palmer's Oakey Fires, Mudgee Fire Control Centre. Your Honour, this goes some way to explaining why these fires were not amalgamated by the RFS within the Gospers Mountain fire, despite the fact some of these fires had reportedly burned into one another by early December 2019. On 3 December 2019, the Gospers Mountain fire edged south towards Mountain Lagoon, just north of Bilpin. To protect properties in the area, the RFS determined to implement a backburn for part of the southern containment line near Upper Colo from Putty Road and along Bob Turner's track. Superintendent Hodges says that a civilian vehicle was then found near this track and backburning had to be delayed by 17 hours in order to carry out a search operation for the suspected occupants of the vehicle. 2 hikers were later found in the area and evacuated before the backburn could commence. By the time the backburn could safely recommence, the fire had crossed the Colo River and was encroaching further south towards Mountain Lagoon. This continued over the following days. On the fire progression map for 9 December 2019, Your Honour will see that the fire that day made a 10-kilometre southwest run along Mountain Lagoon Road towards Bilpin and Bell's Line of Road, threatening numerous properties. This progression and the further spread of the fire to the southwest around Lithgow increased the perceived need on the part of the RFS to complete the backburning for the southern containment line. The RFS was faced with a near 60-kilometre wide fire front that threatened to encroach on townships to the south near Bell's Line of Road. On 11 December 2019, the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains incident management teams determined to commence backburning around Bell, Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine on the evening of 15 December 2019. At the time the plan was made, it was anticipated that weather conditions would deteriorate with elevated fire danger on 18 and 19 December 2019. This plan, referred to within the brief as the Northern Line option, would involve a backburn on the northern side of Mount Irvine and Mount Wilson using Mount Irvine and Bowen Creek roads. Your Honour, I now come to the Mount Wilson backburn. On 13 December 2019, the Bureau of Meteorology clarified its forecast for the following week. There was now a forecasted deterioration for 16 December 2019. This was the day after the Mount Wilson backburn was due to commence. The Bureau of Meteorology forecast also predicted a slight improvement in the forecast for 14 December 2019. Significant fire weather and elevated fire dangers were again predicted for 18, 19 and 21 December 2019. The evidence suggests this updated weather forecast prompted a rethink of the Mount Wilson backburn. On the afternoon of 13 December 2019, the Hawkesbury Incident Management Team decided to bring forward the Mount Wilson backburn to commence on 14 December 2019 rather than the evening of 15 December. The location of the backburn was also changed from the Northern Line option to a backburn off Bell's Line of Road and along Mount Wilson Road. This had not been the preferred option, but according to the RFS was necessitated after rain in the area where the Northern Line option had previously been planned to take place. It was thought that commencing the backburn along Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road would increase the efficiency of the backburn by avoiding the rain-affected areas, whilst extending the southern containment line towards western towns including Nunes Plateau and Lithgow, which were under imminent threat. Your Honour, I pause here to note this account is included in some detail in these opening remarks so as to give context to the cause and origin investigation into the Gospers Valley fire. As I alluded to earlier, Your Honour will not be examining the reasoning behind the decision-making in the course of the hearing this week, but that may be an issue which is explored as part of Your Honour's Stage 2 hearings. As at 5:30 p.m. on 13 December 2019, the southern perimeter of the Gospers Mountain fire was recorded as 12 kilometres north of Bell, Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine, with an estimated forward rate of spread of 10.6 kilometres over the preceding 3 days. This would leave the fire's location at 1 kilometre north of these communities by the end of 16 December 2019. The uncontained main fire edge of the Gospers Mountain fire between Upper Colo and Newness was estimated to exceed 40 kilometres in length. The fire was reportedly then 361,000 hectares in size. I now come, Your Honour, to the backburn. On the morning of 14 December 2019, a briefing was held at Bilpin Community Hall in relation to the planned backburn. Teams were assembled in 2 sectors, progressing from near the intersection of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road. The plan was to progress north towards Mount Wilson along Mount Wilson Road and roughly west along the Bell's Line of Road. Your Honour now has on screen a Google Earth satellite image of the Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road intersection, indicated by way of a red balloon marker. There is only one means of egress for the communities of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. Your Honour will see south of the marker Wars Lookout, from where the investigation into cause and origin was undertaken, and west of this the Gross Valley, identified by way of yellow balloon marker. This aerial photograph, which I'll have now displayed, Your Honour, which is found at page 220 of the brief of evidence, shows the intersection of the 2 roads. Teams directed, that is RFS teams, directed to the Dalpura sector were tasked to backburn, pushing north from the Bell's Line of Road as it moved roughly west. RFS teams directed to the October sector were tasked to a backburn pushing west off Mount Wilson Road as it moved to the north. At 10 a.m, data from the nearest automatic weather station to the backburn at Mount Boyce to the southwest showed air temperature of 18.3 degrees, relative humidity of 37%, wind direction at 270 degrees and speed of 13 kilometres per hour. The backburn commenced shortly before 10 a.m. and reportedly progressed well under good weather conditions. As the afternoon progressed, however, weather conditions deteriorated. The wind swung around to the southwest and started to build, and humidity dropped to its forecasted minimum. In light of the deteriorating weather, and as the fire became more active, crews were instructed to stop lighting. In preparation for any loss of containment, requests were made for additional strike teams and a potential drop of gel or retardant from a large air tanker or a very large air tanker. As the afternoon progressed, weather conditions further deteriorated to worse than forecasted, being warmer, drier and windier. At 2:41 p.m, a large air tanker run was approved. At 2:50 p.m, the Divisional Commander advised the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre that there was a spot fire over Mount Wilson Road. In the minutes that followed, multiple spot fires were reported on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, that is, on the other side of the road from where the backburns had been taking place. Attempts to extinguish the spot fires were hampered by the terrain, limiting access by ground crews, and smoke, limiting access by aerial crews. Teams were mobilised to Mount Wilson for property protection. At 3 p.m, the first large air tanker drop was made. At 3:06 p.m, an aerial firefighter reported a spot fire crowning, that is moving along treetops along a ridgeline towards Mount Wilson, and estimated the fire was about 1 hour from impacting the township. At 4:02 p.m, the RFS Divisional Commander reported that there was a heavy pyrocumulus cloud developing over the top of the fire ground. And I'll just have that shown now for Your Honour's benefit. Your Honour will see a photo which was taken by Clayton Allison, a Fire and Rescue New South Wales firefighter, looking north on Mount Wilson Road at about 4:13 p.m. that day. Mr Allison was then standing by before proceeding up Mount Wilson Road to assist in asset protection in the Mount Wilson township. Your Honour, as the afternoon progressed, crews assembled at Mount Wilson defended Mount Wilson from the approaching fire. Unfortunately, properties were impacted, with 3 lost and several more damaged. This fire, thought to have originally commenced as a result of the Mount Wilson backburn, would later be named the Gospers Valley Fire. The RFS later commissioned a factual investigation into the Gospers Mountain fire. The factual investigation report was divided into several parts, and within the brief of evidence, the court will find a specific section addressing the impact of the fire on Mount Wilson and Bilpin. The factual investigation report was completed by Matthew O'Donnell, Capability Manager with the Rural Fire Service, from whom Your Honour will hear this week. Mr O'Donnell observes that whilst it was not within the scope of the factual investigation to undertake a physical cause and origin investigation, he concluded that it was likely that the fire impact on communities around Mount Wilson and Bell was a result of breach of containment during the Mount Wilson backburn on 14 December 2019 and subsequent fire spread. Mr O'Donnell noted that the Gospers Mountain fire front was a significant distance from the spot fires at the time they were first observed. Can I just have displayed, Your Honour, page 220 of the Gospers Valley brief. Your Honour, I return to the previous diagram, which is from Mr O'Donnell's report. This is a marked up aerial photograph based upon the account of the air attack supervisor describing the Mount Wilson Road backburn. According to the air attack supervisor, the backburn off Mount Wilson Road progressed away from the road, down a gully, then up the opposite slope before running north along a ridge and ending up back towards Mount Wilson Road, just ahead of RFS crews. On this hypothesis, the backburn then spotted across to the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, despite the presence of 3 medium helicopters tasked to slow the progress of the backburn. Your Honour, this account is consistent with an account from a local RFS group captain on scene who had a vantage point on Mount Wilson Road and initially reported the spot fire to the east. However, other RFS witnesses raised the possibility that the Gospers Valley fire started from the backburn as it progressed along Bell's line of road, rather than the Mount Wilson Road sector of the backburn. Your Honour, Mr O'Donnell ultimately concluded it was likely the spot overs originated from the Mount Wilson Road backburn, spreading rapidly due to the terrain and weather conditions. But he could not rule out a spot over from the backburn along Bell's line of road. He was unable to pinpoint the precise location of the original spot fires. Notwithstanding the conclusions that the spot fires originated from loss of containment, Mr O'Donnell concluded that the backburn was effective to the extent it reduced fuel loadings on the northern interface of Mount Wilson. He concluded that whilst the location and time of the backburn deviated from an earlier plan, it was based on an assessment by the Hawkesbury Incident Management Team of the threat posed to communities in light of a revised weather forecast and the need to optimise available resources in a limited window of opportunity in advance of days of elevated fire danger. Mr O'Donnell concluded that, despite the loss of containment and impact on communities, the backburn was based on a reasonable belief by the incident management team that there was a risk to communities without intervention, and the strategy was developed following extensive consultation and detailed planning, and the loss of containment was, in part, due to worse than forecasted weather conditions. Your Honour will be aware from various public submissions and other material contained within the coronial brief that Mr O'Donnell's view as to the effectiveness of the Mount Wilson backburn is not universally shared. This is an issue that may be further explored as part of Your Honour's Stage 2 hearing into the Grose Valley fire. Can I come now, Your Honour, to the progression of the Grose Valley fire? During 15 December 2019, the fire in the vicinity of the intersection of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road commenced a significant run to the east and spread 8.5 kilometres to the east-northeast, with significant property and structural damage and destruction to properties situated in Mount Wilson, Mount Tomah, Barrambing and Bilpin. The fire also progressed well into the Grose Valley, which is south of the Bell's Line of Road. And I'll just have now played, Your Honour, a video taken around 5:30 p.m. that day, posted to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service Facebook page, and also have shown some footage obtained from the ABC News that aired on the 15th of December 2019. Your Honour, on the 19th of December 2019, the fire crossed the Grose River. On 20 December 2019, the extension of the Gospers Mountain fire south of the Grose River was annexed to the Blue Mountains Incident Management Team. It was from this day that the fire originating from the Mount Wilson backburn became known as the Grose Valley Fire, Mount Wilson. That same day, outbuildings were lost near Lithgow, and the Gospers Mountain fire crossed parts of the Castlereagh Highway and impacted the township of Cullenbullen. On 21 December 2019, multiple homes were destroyed in Lithgow, Clarence, Bell, Dargan, Bilpin and Coronial. I'll just have shown now, Your Honour, footage obtained from the ABC, which aired on the 21st of December 2019. On 22 December 2019, the Gross Valley fire impacted over 50 homes in Blackheath, and I'll have shown now, Your Honour, footage obtained by the ABC News, which aired on the ABC on 22 December 2019. On 31 December 2019, a backburn in Blackheath escaped and destroyed several lodges in the Jembirinja Eco Resort at the end of Evans Lookout Road in Blackheath. Fortuitously, that fire was contained by the end of the day with the assistance of water bucketing helicopters, large air tankers and remote area firefighters. The Gross Valley and Gospers Mountain fires were respectively recorded as contained by 2 January 2020 and 17 January 2020. The Section 44 declaration of the Gross Valley fire was revoked on 19 January 2020, and the Section 44 declaration of the Gospers Mountain fire was revoked on 26 January 2020. On 4 February 2020, the Gross Valley fire was declared out, with the Gospers Mountain fire declared out days later on the 10th of February 2020. And I'll just have displayed page 866 of the Gross Valley Brief of Evidence. Your Honour will see a fire progression map for the period 29 January 2020 to 11 February 2020. Your Honour, the light green portion in the bottom left corner of the page beneath the Gross Valley is understood to reflect where the Gross Valley fire burnt and was eventually extinguished. The dark and light brown portions are understood to reflect where the Gospers Mountain fire burnt and was eventually extinguished. And to give Your Honour some perspective as to its size, Your Honour has some reference points being Gosford, Katoomba, Lithgow. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I now return to the evidence as to the cause and origin of the Gospers Mountain fire. On the cause and origin of the Gospers Mountain fire, Your Honour will hear this week from 4 witnesses. Detective Sergeant Joshua Holgate, the officer in charge of the cause and origin investigation, Mr Peter Jones, fire investigator of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, who carried out the initial investigation of the fire and undertook a site inspection on 15 and 22 January 2020, the latter, together with Peter Buning, Detective Technical Sergeant, Bathurst Crime Scene Section. Mr Jones was the first person who was able to search for and assess fire indicators at the site without the pressure and imminent danger posed by the fire. He will give evidence of the fire indicators at the site and his identification of a single tree as affected by lightning and the likely ignition point. Mr Andrew Benson, Senior Field Officer with the National Parks and Wildlife Service, who was a member of the Rapid Aerial Response Team, which first identified the fire, and will give evidence of his identification of a tree at the scene during firefighting operations on 27 October 2019 as having been affected by a lightning strike. And finally, Ms Rebecca Lowe, meteorologist and account manager formerly at Metro Weather, who identified a lightning strike in the area in which the fire was first observed. As already outlined in relation to the Gospers Mountain fire, early accounts from the ground on the day after ignition point to the fire having commenced because of a lightning strike. The expert evidence suggests that at least one tree was the subject of a single strike at around 10:55 a.m. on 26 October 2019. Peter Jones, the RFS investigator, who was on the ground in January 2020, identifies a single tree as the likely source of the fire. Attached to his report in the brief of evidence are a series of photographs of the tree, which he describes as a large gum tree. This photograph, that Your Honour will see shortly, was taken in January 2020, shows the relevant tree, which I will refer to as tree 1. Mr Jones identifies the ignition point as the base of this tree. A further photograph of that tree, which is found at page 60 of the brief of evidence, shows a large crack that extends for about 3 metres down the side of the tree to the ground. It is the point where this crack reaches the ground that Mr Jones identifies as the likely point of ignition. We could just return to the image on page 56. This photograph taken by Mr Jones includes a further heavily charred tree in the background. The court will see immediately to the left of tree 1 a red flag. In the background, almost above that flag, is a second blackened tree. That is the tree which Detective Technical Sergeant Peter Buning identifies as the most likely ignition point, which he refers to as tree 2. Both tree 1 and tree 2 are located on the top of a knoll. The evidence of Detective Sergeant Buning, who identifies tree 2, will be that it is about 16 metres west of tree 1. The evidence of Mr Jones is that tree 2 is about 25 metres downslope off the top of the knoll to the south of tree 1. Your Honour, tree 2 was identified by Detective Sergeant Buning during a site inspection on 15 June 2020, where he was accompanied by Mr Jones. He took multiple photographs of tree 2. Most significantly, Your Honour, is a close-up, which is found at page 115 of the Gospers brief, which shows a deep charring to the top of the tree, which has been split into 2 sections. This is tree 2, Your Honour. A further image found at page 118 of the Gospers brief is of the trunk of tree 2, which shows a vertical crack passing through the centre of the tree towards its base. The base is also the subject of deep charring. And then the final image, Your Honour, which is found at page 116, shows the charring extending up the tree. Given the considerable damage which Your Honour can see at the top of tree 2, it may be that this is the same tree that National Parks officers saw on 27 October 2019. And to better illustrate that, Your Honour, I might have page 115, the first of the 3 photographs just displayed, put on screen. It may be that the tree described by National Parks officers, which they saw on 27 October 2019, is one and the same as tree 2. Your Honour will receive evidence that their observations were that the top section was blown out. We'll just return, please, to page 115. Your Honour will receive evidence that the observations made the day after likely ignition was that the top section of a tree was blown out. Now, if I then could come to the next image, which is a map which is prepared by the New South Wales Police, which has been marked up with 4 points. Point 2, Your Honour, you might need to zoom in, they're a bit hard to read, I'm afraid to say. Point 2 is the coordinates of tree 1. It's to the right, Your Honour. Just slightly scroll down. And tree 1, Your Honour, is the tree that Mr Jones posits is the likely point of origin for the ignition. Tree 2 is about 16 metres west or southwest of tree 1. Point 4, Your Honour, demarcates coordinates taken by Mr Benson of his point of entry into the fire ground. It is Mr Benson's evidence that the tree which he observed to have been affected by lightning was about 100 metres northwest of this point. Using the scale, that would appear to roughly correspond with either tree 1 or tree 2. Your Honour, despite Sergeant Buning carrying out a survey of the area surrounding trees 1 and 2 within a 50-metre radius, the damage to tree 2 was in stark contrast, in his opinion, to the surrounding trees. Detective Sergeant Buning observed that all other trees were not deeply charred and their upper branches and foliage were intact. That appears to be consistent with the earlier evidence of the fire on 26 October 2019, that there was flame height of only 1 to 2 metres. Detective Sergeant Buning concludes that tree 2 was the only tree in the area that sustained major fire damage and indicated a significant lightning strike. He surmised that tree 2 was struck by lightning which ignited a fire that consumed the tree in the upper sections, which fell to the ground and continued to burn ground cover. He does not rule out the possibility that tree 1 was also struck by lightning, but states that there was no evidence at the time of his inspection in the upper tree or immediate surrounds that tree 1 was the area of origin. Limited fire indicators remained at the time Detective Sergeant Buning carried out his site inspection, almost 9 months after the start of the fire. Mr Jones, RFS fire investigator, has prepared a supplementary statement in which he opines that tree 2 was located in an area that he considered had been subject to greater levels of fire intensity in comparison to the location of tree 1. In his view, the unburnt timber on tree 2 had a weathered, grey coloration indicating it had died some time ago, possibly years, not months. Mr Jones ultimately concluded that the Gospers Mountain fire was caused by a lightning strike to tree 1. Both tree 1 and tree 2 were cut down during Mr Buning's inspection for forensic analysis. Police instructed Adjunct Professor Trevor Blackburn to conduct that analysis. Professor Blackburn opines that both the delamination, cracking and charring present in the samples of tree 1 and tree 2 indicate that both trees were struck by lightning. Based on the more significant damage to tree 2, Professor Blackburn concludes that both were likely struck by the same bolt of lightning, with the main current striking tree 2 and a side flash striking tree 1. Mr Jones identified a third tree that he thought had been affected by lightning. That tree was some 150 metres to the southeast of the knoll, where both tree 1 and tree 2 are located. He took photographs of this third tree, Your Honour. The first, which is found at page 64, shows a large tree branch that is splayed at the point of separation from the tree. The second photograph, Your Honour, which is found at page 65, shows the nearby tree from which the branch fell. Mr Jones did not note any fire indicators which suggested that the fire emanated from this location, nor does he suggest that this was an ignition point for the fire. Mr Jones reviewed lightning strike data via the RFS Lightning app, which is found at page 76 of the Gospers Brief of Evidence, Your Honour. In this extract from the app, Mr Jones has marked up the point of ignition indicated by the circled X. Mr Jones observed that there were no lightning strikes recorded in the immediate proximity of Tree 1. According to Mr Jones, the closest strike recorded in the period between 1 and 26 October was on 11 October 2019, some 6 kilometres away. As part of the investigation by New South Wales Police, Detective Sergeant Joshua Holgate made inquiries with Metro Weather Australia Proprietary Limited about lightning strike data on 26 October 2019. Detective Sergeant Holgate provided Rebecca Lowe, meteorologist and account manager, with the GPS coordinates of the location of Tree 2. Your Honour will hear evidence from Ms Lowe that at the time of origin, some sensors in the area surrounding Gospers Mountain were not operational. Despite this, Ms Lowe's evidence, we anticipate, will be that the surrounding network ought to have compensated to detect 95 out of 100 strikes with a strength of 15 kiloamps. The average lightning strike is 25 kiloamps. Ms Lowe identified a single potentially valid strike which occurred at 10:55 a.m. in the immediate vicinity of the suspected point of origin. That strike was originally discounted and not recorded as a valid strike. Ms Lowe, we anticipate, will give evidence that this was because the surrounding sensors recorded inconsistent readings of the amplitude and polarity of the strike. As identified earlier, this strike corresponded with a rain event that was shown to pass over the suspected area of origin around 11 a.m. on 26 October 2019. Returning, if I may, Your Honour, to the map prepared by the New South Wales Police, which provides an overlay of relevant points of interest for the inquiry, Your Honour will see the relevant strike identified by Ms Lowe, marked by the black dot, north of point 1. That is to the northeast of trees 1 and 2 by about 1 kilometre. That location is not identified by any of the experts as the source of the fire. It does not align with the evidence taken from the ground, nor does it correspond with the early movement of the fire. As Your Honour will recall, photographs taken by the Rapid Aerial Response Team show the fire being blown by considerable westerly and northwesterly winds to the east and southeast. That movement of the fire corresponds with fire indicators identified by RFS fire investigator Mr Jones in his site inspection in January 2020. Most pertinent, Your Honour, is this photograph of foliage freeze on the knoll, which is found at page 53. Your Honour will hear evidence that such a phenomenon occurs where the heat from a lower intensity fire rapidly dries vegetation, freezing it in the position it was being blown at the time. Mr Jones records that this image shows the movement of the fire from the west and northwest to the east and southeast. As Your Honour will recall, from the first satellite image shown today, the suspected area of origin of the Gospers Mountain fire is in remote terrain. It is situated in dense vegetation in a World Heritage listed national park. There are no established bushwalking tracks leading to the suspected area of origin. Mr Jones could not find any evidence of human activity in the suspected area of origin, nor any natural substance that would be capable of spontaneous combustion, such as a hay bale. The prevailing evidence is, we anticipate that Your Honour will receive, is that the Gospers Mountain fire was caused by a single lightning strike, which is likely to have struck both trees 2 and tree 1, and that, Your Honour, is based on the expert opinion expressed by Professor Blackburn. If I can come now, Your Honour, to the cause and origin of the Gross Valley Mount Wilson fire. On the cause and origin of the Gross Valley fire, the court will hear from 4 witnesses. Detective Sergeant Laura Harvey from Hawkesbury Detectives, the officer in charge of the investigation. Darren Howe, Deputy Captain and authorised fire investigator with the Rural Fire Service, who undertook a cause and origin investigation into the Gross Valley fire, but limited to the area where the fire is believed to have crossed from the escarpment into the Gross Valley. Senior Sergeant Neil Welshinger, investigator from the Sydney Crime Scene Section of the New South Wales Police, who undertook a cause and origin investigation with Mr Howell. And finally, Your Honour, Matthew O'Donnell, Capability Manager from the Rural Fire Service, who completed the factual investigation reports into the Mount Wilson backburn and the Gross Valley fire. In the course of the RFS cause and origin investigation, Darren Howe was informed by the Blue Mountains Fire Control Centre that the Gross Valley fire was a continuation of the Gospers Mountain fire. Accordingly, Mr Howe concluded that the Gross Valley fire was a continuation of the Gospers Mountain fire. Ultimately, though, it will be a matter for Your Honour to determine where the Gross Valley fire originated from and how its cause is best described in the circumstances where all of the evidence presently collated within the brief suggests it originated as a result of the Mount Wilson backburn implemented in advance of the anticipated arrival of the Gospers Mountain fire. Your Honour, can I pass to Your Honour a proposed interim order seeking that the evidence in the Gospers Mountain fire inquiry also be received as evidence in the Gross Valley fire inquiry and vice versa?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Mr Newton, you're aware of the proposed order?
Yes, Your Honour, I have no objections.
Thank you. I make that order now.
May it please Your Honour. Your Honour, I tender the Gospers Mountain fire, Wallamai National Park, a brief of evidence. I'm instructed that will become Exhibit 55A.
Yes, thank you. Exhibit 55A.
And I also tender, Your Honour, the Gross Valley fire, Mount Wilson brief of evidence, which I'm instructed will become Exhibit 56A.
Yes, thank you. 56A.
I note the time. Is it convenient to take a short adjournment?
Yes, certainly. We'll resume at 12:15.
May it please Your Honour.
Please all stand as Coroners Coroner's Court has resumed.
Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, I call Detective Sergeant Joshua Holgate.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do, Your Honour.
Have a seat, thank you, Detective. And you may take your mask off, but it's up to you.
Thank you.
Detective, would you please state your full name?
Yes, my full name is Joshua Holgate, which is spelled Holgate, and I'm a Detective Sergeant of Police, and I'm attached to Mudgee Police Station.
Thank you. And were you appointed as the officer in charge of an investigation into the cause and origin of what has become known as the Gospers Mountain fire?
That's correct.
And when were you tasked with that role?
I believe it was around the 7th of January, 2020.
And you're stationed at Mudgee, are you not?
That's correct.
Can I ask you this, Detective? In circumstances where you're stationed at Mudgee, how did it come to you to investigate Gospers Mountain fire, given its location and its progression?
So the identified or suspected area of origin fell within the boundary of the Arana Mid-Western Police District, of which Mudgee Police Station forms a part.
Thank you. Now, you've provided two statements, have you not, in relation to Her Honour's inquiry, one dated the 15th of October 2020. Do you have that with you today?
I do.
And are there any matters that require correction?
There is paragraph 8.
Yes, on page 2 of the statement itself, page 4 of the brief, Your Honour. And what's the correction you'd like to make there, Detective?
The correction is that I've listed that the area of origin lies 3 kilometres northeast of the private holding. That should be the private holding is 3 kilometres northeast of the area of origin. And I've also listed in that paragraph that the nearest town to the area of origin is Glen Davis, which is I've listed as 11 kilometres northeast. That should read that the area of origin is 11 kilometres northeast of the town of Glen Davis.
Thank you. Apart from that correction, any other matters that you require correction in relation to your first statement?
No.
And you've provided, have you not, a second statement dated the 26th of April this year? Does that statement require any corrections?
No, it doesn't.
What I propose to do is to ask you, firstly, if you could just set out in general terms where the likely area of origin of this particular ignition was, that is the type of terrain, topography, and where it's situated in relation to some other townships other than Glen Davis, if you could.
So it's in what I would consider to be quite a remote and rugged area of the Wallamai National Park. As I mentioned, 11 kilometres northeast of the town of Glen Davis, but also in the general vicinity of an airstrip, as a disused airstrip, and a private holding known as Gospers Mountain.
I might just have displayed a Google Earth image that was displayed before her on earlier today as part of the opening, just to help orientate yourself to the general area. And whilst that's coming up, Detective, have you yourself been to the general area of origin?
Yes, I have.
And when did you undertake a site inspection?
That was on the 15th of June,
Now, I'll just
2020.
see if we can magnify that by zooming in. And just pausing there, please. You've mentioned that the likely area of origin was situated within the Wallamai National Park. You see there the suspected area of origin marked by a yellow marker. To the southwest of that, do you see the township of Glen Davis?
That's correct.
And you mentioned an airstrip a moment ago. Does one see that slightly to the northwest of the yellow marker, which is a bare area of ground?
That's correct. Just under the word suspected is the airstrip.
And is that known as Gospers Mountain Airstrip?
Yes, it is.
And is that a decommissioned military airstrip, to your understanding, or not?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not that airstrip was used as part of any of the aerial water bombing that was undertaken in and around that area of origin after the 26th of October 2019?
I don't believe it was because of the condition of the strip.
Thank you. Now, returning to when you undertook your site visit, how did you access that suspected area of origin?
So when the National Parks and Wildlife Service first entered the area, they cut a landing site for a helicopter, which they used to access the site. We used that same landing area that the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife had cut.
And in relation to that, from your investigation, did you come to learn that on the 26th of October 2019, that a rapid aerial response team within the National Parks and Wildlife Service cut a helipad in that rugged terrain around the suspected area of origin?
Correct.
Sorry, was it 26th or the 27th? 27th of October, my apologies. When you undertook your site visit, some many months after the fire, did you make any observations of any particular features of the terrain that may have indicated a likely cause of this ignition?
I myself aren't qualified to determine the cause and origin of a bushfire. However, the tree that Detective Buning identified, to me, stood out in that landscape as unique in that landscape.
Pausing there, if we may, Detective Buning is a serving New South Wales police officer.
Correct.
And was at that time.
Correct.
And was he a technical sergeant with the Forensic Evidence Technical Command?
Correct, and he's attached to Bathurst.
And did Detective Buning, to your understanding, have specialist training in relation to the investigation of wildfire?
Correct.
And did Detective Buning, to your understanding, provide a statement in relation to his opinion as to the likely cause and origin of this particular fire?
Yes, he did.
And that's contained within the brief of evidence before Her Honour today?
That's correct.
And from your understanding, did Detective Peter Buning identify a tree which he identified as tree 2 as the likely cause of the ignition for the Gospers Mountain?
That's correct.
Now, on that day that you undertook your site visit, you've mentioned that Detective Buning was there. Was Mr Peter Jones, RFS fire investigator, also present on that occasion?
Correct. We invited Mr Jones to come.
And were you aware at that time that Mr Jones was of the opinion that the likely ignition point was a tree that he had identified, which has become known as tree 1?
Correct.
And did you, on your site visit, make any observations of tree 1 or not?
Yes, I certainly saw tree 1.
Right. And in terms of your observations of tree 1, and you've mentioned tree 2, that it stood out, was there any particular features of tree 1 that led you to believe that it was less likely to be the point of ignition or not?
Only that, to me, that tree appeared to be more intact. Well, in fact, it was intact. And tree number 2 had obvious damage. There was branches on the ground around tree 2, and there was more significant damage to my eye, to tree number 2.
I might have displayed, for your benefit, Detective, a photograph of tree 2, which was shown earlier to Her Honour this morning. There may be a slightly better photograph which is found at page 113 of the brief of evidence, if that assists. Now, the image that you see on the screen now, Detective, does that recollect with your memory of Tree 2 that you saw on your site visit?
Correct.
And what was it about Tree 2 that stood out to you as a lay observer?
Well, it was the most significantly damaged tree in that area. The others were intact, essentially. But that one had significant damage to it compared to everything else around it.
And at about this time, were you aware that there was a slight disagreement, if I can use that phrase, between the opinion of Detective Buning and the opinion of Mr Jones, RFS fire investigator, as to the likely point of ignition?
Correct.
And did you seek to resolve that discrepancy of opinions by briefing Associate Professor Trevor Blackburn?
Correct.
And in terms of his brief, what were you seeking to do by briefing him?
So we cut down both of those trees and took samples from them, which I provided to Mr Blackburn, and his instructions were more or less to examine those pieces of tree that we provided to him and give me an opinion as to whether they were consistent with being struck by lightning or not.
And did he come to provide an expert report in relation to the questions you'd asked of him?
Yes, he did.
And did he express the opinion that, firstly, that each tree demonstrated attributes consistent with having been struck by lightning?
Correct.
And did he express the further opinion that, in his view, it was likely that one lightning strike had impacted both Tree 2 and Tree 1, that is, in effect, a forked lightning strike?
That's correct.
The more intense lightning strike, in his opinion, struck Tree 2,
Correct.
and the less intense having struck Tree 1.
Correct.
And Professor Blackburn's expert report, to your understanding, is contained within the brief of evidence before Her Honour today?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the date of the ignition, what steps did you take to identify the likely date of the ignition that became known as the Gospers Mountain fire?
So, initially by obtaining statements from the National Parks and Wildlife Service officers that discovered the fire when it was still quite small, relatively small. But also...
And from that, did you learn that a fire in the vicinity of the suspected area of origin was identified on the 26th of October 2019?
Correct.
Near towards what has been termed a knoll?
Correct.
And did you take statements from members of the National Parks and Wildlife Service Rapid Area Response Team who attended the fire ground on the 27th of October 2019?
Both on the 26th and the 27th, correct.
And just pausing there, if we may, Detective, on the 26th of October, were National Parks and Wildlife Service crews able to be winched into the fire ground or not?
Not on the 26th. The weather conditions were adverse to being winched to the ground, so that they had to wait until they eased, which was the 27th, the day after.
Returning to the 26th of October, was there able to be any water bucketing by helicopter on the 26th or not?
Not by helicopters, no. The weather conditions again were adverse to water bucketing, and that's why a bomber, a plane, was called to perform that duty.
And from your investigations, did a fixed-wing aircraft undertake 4 water bombing runs on the 26th of October 2019?
Correct.
And was each run depositing in the order of 3,000 litres of water or retardant over that suspected area of origin?
Yes, that sounds right, yes.
And now, coming to the 27th of October, National Parks and Wildlife Service crews were able to be winched in on that occasion, or not?
Yes, they were, and that's the day that they cut the helipad and started, firefighting from the ground.
And from your investigations, were there any aerial suppression efforts undertaken on the 27th, either by water bucketing from helicopters or by fixed-wing bombers?
Yes, there was some water bombing conducted on that day as well.
Now, in terms of the fire's progression, can I just have displayed, please, page 953 of the brief of evidence. Whilst that's coming onto the screen, Detective, in the early stages of the progression of this fire, was it being managed in terms of the incident management response by the National Parks and Wildlife Service?
Correct.
And did that remain to be the case until about the 11th of November 2019,
Correct.
when a preemptive Section 44 declaration was made?
Correct.
And is it your understanding from that point in time that the incident management was under the control of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
Correct.
And returning, if we may, you'll see on screen a fire progression map. I'd ask you to assume that that's for the period 7 November to 8 November. From your investigations, Detective, did the Gospers Mountain fire commence a significant run on the 7th of November 2019?
Yes, that sounds accurate, yes.
And from your inquiry's investigation, did the fire on the 7th of November 2019 spread a distance up to 10.8 kilometres to the east-southeast?
Yes, that sounds accurate, yes.
And as at this time, 7 November 2019, had the fire grown to a size of perhaps in the order of 15,754 hectares?
Yes.
Now, if we could then have brought up, please, the fire progression map at page 970 of the brief of evidence. This is, Detective, a fire progression map for the 12th of November 2019. From your inquiries, investigations, did the fire undertake a further significant run on this occasion?
Yes.
And on the 12th of November 2019, did you come to learn that it was mapped as spreading up to 15 kilometres to the east-southeast and during this period crossed the Putty Road?
Yes.
Did you learn as part of your investigations that it's extreme and abnormal for a fire to spread in excess of 15 kilometres in a single day?
Yes.
Now, thank you. If the detective could be shown, please, page 1017, which is a fire progression map for the 2nd of December 2019. Detective, this is a fire progression map for the 2nd of December 2019. Did you learn as part of your inquiries that the southern flank of the fire was mapped as continuing to spread in a southeasterly direction on this occasion,
Correct.
and that by this time it was spreading in the order of 8.8 kilometres to the east.
Correct.
Now, this is the 2nd of December 2019. Did you come to learn that at this point in time there were in the order of perhaps 25 other fires in the state that required resourcing?
Correct.
Now, next, if we could turn to the 9th of December 2019 to page 1068. Just magnify that a little bit more. Thank you. Now, by this time, the 9th of December 2019, the northwest part of Gospers Mountain fire was mapped as spreading perhaps in the order of 1.4 kilometres to the northwest. Do you agree? And that the area of fire in the vicinity of Mountain Lagoon was mapped as being extended southwest 10 kilometres along Mountain Lagoon Road, around properties along that road heading towards Bilpin and the Bells Line of Road. Do you agree with that? And then if we come to the 14th of December 2019, as part of your investigation, did you come to learn that on the 14th of December 2019 that a backburn was to be implemented in the area towards the intersection of the Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road?
Correct.
Now, just pausing there, did you also learn that that backburn may have resulted in some spot overs that then caused a run of fire?
Correct.
And did you investigate the cause and origin of those spot fires or not?
No, that was named as the Gross Valley fire, which was investigated by Detective Sergeant Harvey.
Right. And can I ask you why that fell to Detective Sergeant Harvey to investigate the cause and origin of what became known as the Gross Valley Mount Wilson fire, and not yourself, who was undertaking the cause and origin of the Gospers Mountain fire?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the investigations were allocated based on the area of origin, and with Gross Valley having an area of origin within the Hawkesbury Police District, that's the reason it was allocated to Detective Harvey instead of myself.
Thank you. Now, I'll just have displayed to assist Detective page 1101 of the brief of evidence. And this is 14 December 2019. Do you see there a new area of fire south of the main Gospers Mountain fire? Might need to use a cursor to identify that. Towards the intersection of Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road. If you can't see it, that's okay. To the left.
As indicated by the
Yeah, it's-
pinkish section there?
It just sits above Katoomba. We've gone too far in between Katoomba and Lithgow. Do you see?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Right. Now, does that accord with your understanding of the general vicinity of the intersection of Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road?
That's correct.
Now, did you come to learn that that was what became known as the Gross Valley fire?
Correct.
Now, if we then move through to page 1176, Now, this is a fire progression map, Detective, for the date period 15 January through to the 22nd of January 2020. Does that display the extent of the fire's progression between those two date periods?
As indicated by the green shaded area?
The sort of pinky brown colour. Is that your understanding of the extent of the reach of the fire as at 15 to 22 January?
Correct.
In respect of Gospers Mountain fire?
Correct.
And one also sees the Gospers Valley fire to the south, sitting above Katoomba.
Correct.
Now, I'll just go to the final fire progression map, which is 1182 of the brief of evidence, Your Honour, for the period 29 January 2020. Now, does that, in terms of the brown shading, dark brown, light brown shading, accord with your understanding of the final progression or spread of the Gospers Mountain fire?
Correct.
And when was it, do you recall when it was declared officially out or not?
I think it was the 7th of February, perhaps, around that date.
To help with your recollection, was the Section 44 declaration revoked around about the 24th of
4th of
January?
Correct.
And based on your investigation, had the Gospers Mountain fire burned for about 84 days?
Correct.
And did it affect an area of in the order of 532,546 hectares?
Correct.
And in relation to the fire's progression over those 84 days, do you have any recollection of how many properties were affected by the fire or not?
146.
146 properties were affected by the fire in that 84-day period. Were there any loss of lives?
No, there wasn't.
To your understanding, were there any significant injuries to either first responders or residents? Or
No.
not? Now, based on your investigation and having compiled the brief of evidence, what is the likely cause of this ignition for the Gospers Mountain fire, in your opinion?
The likely cause, Your Honour, in my opinion, is a 35 kiloamp lightning strike which occurred at around 10:55 a.m. on the 26th of October 2019 in a remote area of the Wallamai National Park at Gospers Mountain, essentially.
And that general area, would you agree with me, is perhaps in the order of 5 kilometres east of the Gospers Mountain airstrip?
Correct.
And you've provided in your statement specific GPS grid references for the general area of origin. Can I ask you this finally, Detective? Is there some discrepancy in relation to the lightning strike data in terms of pinpointing a strike that corresponds with either tree 1 or tree 2?
So that was the other thing that I did in order to try and determine the area and the time and date of the origin of this fire, was to contact Rebecca Lowe at Metro Weather, and she provided me with the additional lightning strike that wasn't recorded originally. The two trees are about 16 metres apart. According to Ms Lowe, I think the accuracy of a lightning strike in that area is down to about 250 metres.
Yes, that's so.
Mr Blackburn puts the accuracy at anywhere sort of around, I think it's a kilometre. He lists the accuracy of a recorded strike as being. So when you take those into account, I think that the most likely cause is a forked lightning strike, as Mr Blackburn indicates. which struck tree 2, the main fork of that lightning strike connected with tree 2, and then the subsequent fork connected with tree 1, and they both were probably struck by the same lightning bolt which caused the fire.
Thank you. And in terms of the discrepancy, are you able to explain, and maybe it's a matter for Ms Lowe, based on her data, there was a strike perhaps a kilometre away from the general area of origin, that is where trees 1 and 2 are located. Are you able to explain why it's so far away from where it appears 2 trees were struck by lightning, or not?
She would be the best person to explain that, but I suppose that there is a tolerance for the accuracy of that data. Again, I think Ms Lowe puts it at 250 metres and Mr Blackburn puts it at about 1,000 metres. That potentially explains the difference. Potentially, it could have been another strike that wasn't captured by the sensor. I think Ms Lowe indicates that they catch about 95% of strikes. Potentially, there's another strike that lies within that 5% that wasn't captured. I'm unable to say. She'd be the expert in that area, I would imagine.
And in terms of excluding other potential causes, were you able to exclude human activity?
Yes.
And why were you able to do that?
The area is just too remote. It's not an area where people would go, particularly, during that period. When there was no evidence of any people being in the area. The National Parks and Wildlife officers didn't report seeing any people when they first came across the fire. It's just a difficult, rough area to get to, and you wouldn't expect people to actually go into that area.
So rough that you needed to be dropped in by helicopter to undertake your inspection.
Correct.
And, Your Honour, just for Your Honour's benefit, I'll just ask one final question. In terms of local government areas affected by the Gospers Mountain fire, what were the main local government areas that were impacted by this fire?
So the area of ignition actually lies within the Lithgow local government area. So it's Lithgow, Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury. They were the main local government areas. There was perhaps another.
In terms of townships that were most impacted, would they include Lithgow, Clarence and Dargan?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honour. That concludes my examination.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Detective.
My pleasure, Your Honour. Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Peter Jones. I'm in Your Honour's hands as to whether you wish me to call Mr Jones now or after the luncheon adjournment.
We might take the adjournment and resume at 2 o'clock.
May it please, Your Honour. And I call Peter Jones, who I understand is online. If he could be brought in, please.
Mr. Jones, can you see and hear us in the court? I think you might be on mute. Yes, I can. Oh, you're not on mute. Excellent. Thanks very much. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, would you please state your full name?
Peter Stanton Jones.
And what is your present occupation, Mr. Jones?
I'm a retired school teacher, high school teacher. I'm a volunteer with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service.
And is it fair to say that in terms of your activities as a Rural Fire Service fire investigator, that you conduct those out of the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre at Macquarie Road in Wilberforce?
That is true.
Have you provided two statements in relation to the Gospers Mountain bushfire?
Yes, I have.
And the first is dated the 23rd of September 2020, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And next to that statement, is there a fire investigation report that you undertook on the 11th of January 2020?
Yes, there is.
And have you more recently provided a second statement dated the 1st of June 2022?
That is correct.
In relation to either of those three documents I've just identified, are there any matters that require correction?
Yes, I'd like a correction on the statement from the 23rd of September. Point 3, it says that I have undertaken 33 investigations of wildfire as a lead investigator. That needs to be corrected. I have undertaken 19 investigations and I have assisted at 14.
Thank you. Apart from that matter, are the contents of each of those three documents identified true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If I could deal firstly with your education, qualifications, training and experience in relation to the investigation of wildfire or bushfire, could you just outline in general terms what that is?
Yes. I'm not sure if you want me to go right back, but I've got 44 years of experience. I'm trained up into the group leader level. So I've gone through crew leader. I've acted as crew leader, sector leader, divisional commanders at fires. I've attended close to 2,000 fires or incidents at least through there. I've been trained also to be a prescribed burner planner supervisor. I work in the incident management team as a planner here at Hawkesbury. And in 2016, I started my training as a wildfire investigator. And that was completed later on that year. And from then on, I have been doing wildfire investigations.
And you just said earlier that you've undertaken 19 investigations yourself in relation to cause and origin of a particular fire?
As the lead investigator, yes. So I've had to write those ones up, but assisted in others.
And I think you identified 14 other fire investigations that you have assisted with.
Yes, correct.
Can I come firstly to how it was you were allocated the role of fire investigator in relation to the Gospers Mountain fire?
Yes, at 16:30 hours on the 11th of January, Inspector Tim Seary from Hawkesbury Fire Control made contact with me and asked me to do the fire investigation for Gospers Mountain fire.
What initial steps did you take to investigate the likely origin or cause of the bushfire in those early stages following your appointment as the lead investigator on the 11th of January?
I was able to go through the records that we have here at the Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre and found out key people who were involved in the initial start of the fire. That included the national park officers, people who were in the helicopters when they first saw it. I then was able to go and make contact with the people from Cowra who brought up the air tractor, the small plane, who did the water bombing as well. And we were able to start collecting statements from national park people who looked after the local area as well up there. And we were able to basically then collect all the data about weather and the progression of that fire from where it first started.
Just breaking that down, if I may, were most of these records to which you've touched upon kept on the ICON system within New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
Some of those records were, yes.
And before you undertook your field inspection, which I think you undertook on the 22nd of January, by that time, did you have a working theory as firstly that the likely area of origin and secondly the likely cause of the ignition or not?
Yes, I had an idea of where the fire started because I made contact with national parks and obtained photographs of the knoll where the fire was first spotted by the crew in the helicopter who photographed it. So that immediately told me where that fire first started in that rough general area of origin.
And in terms of timing, did you come to learn through information provided by National Parks and Wildlife Service that it was thought that the fire perhaps ignited on the 26th of October 2019?
That's when they first saw it. Yes, they were actually flying for looking for lightning strikes and fires originating from that, from a different area, and happened to look over towards the east and noticed the column of smoke, and that was the start of it all.
Now, you've undertaken a site visit on the 22nd of January 2020, correct?
That is correct.
And how did you access the site, Mr. Jones, on that occasion?
The Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre organised a helicopter for me to be flown up there with another fire investigator, Neville Wern, who assisted me in it. And we landed at the helipad that had been cut by the National Park people on the second day of that fire.
And in terms of the methodology that you deployed as part of your site visit, did you undertake a serpentine methodology?
Yeah, yes, correct. As per the training that we've been doing, we're working back and forwards across the fire ground, looking for any other evidence that may have caused the fire, chasing the fire path indicators to an area where there is least damage.
And I'll come to that in more detail shortly. Could you just outline, for Her Honour's benefit, your observations of the topography or the terrain that you were in when you're undertaking your site visit?
Yes, certainly it was a rocky knoll. There was discontinuous fuels that were outbreaks of some sandstone, relatively flat on the top. From where we landed the helicopter, we walked up probably only about 10 metres or so up onto the top of the knoll, which was a large area, probably about, 30 metres by 30 metres of relative flat country.
And the knoll to which you refer, Mr. Jones, that's situated, is it not, within the Wallamai National Park?
Oh, yes, it is.
And in terms of the nearest township, would you agree with me that the nearest town was the town of Glen Davis?
Yes, Glen Davis is more towards the west. Yep, correct.
And are you able to say approximately how far you were from the disbanded Gospers Mountain airstrip? From that general area of origin, you're undertaking your ground-based inspection?
I would estimate something like about 1 kilometre. There was a steep gully, ravine in between the knoll and that airstrip.
Now, in terms of specific macro or micro fire indicators, were there any particular fire indicators that led you back to a more specific area of origin in terms of a likely ignition point?
Yes, in the general task of if I may explain, my job is to remove any other possible causes of what has caused this fire. That'd be power lines or air or machinery usage, child play, etc. Okay, so where I'm now, as I first walked onto the fire ground, I realised the isolation of that area, and I'm immediately removing that stuff. I'm now starting to look at any of the micro or the indicators, such as foliage freeze, and you've been shown that photos. I'm looking at soot deposits on rocks. I'm looking at the angle of char on trees as the fire passes. I'm looking at protection of logs that leaves on one side of a log that are not burnt compared to an exposed leaves. I'm looking at partially burnt leaves, and it goes on. So there's, yes. And then each time I see that the fire leaves the directional indicator, and that's where I start to place flags pointing in the direction of what I believe the fire has gone to.
And as you're undertaking that serpentine methodology, identifying particular indicators in terms of the direction of the fire's spread, did you come to an area near towards a tree that you formed the view may have been struck by lightning?
Yes, outside the knoll, towards the outside of the knoll, the fire damage was a lot greater, and all the indicators were pointing towards the fire originating from the higher point on the knoll and to the base of that tree.
For ease of reference, could we call that tree 1?
Okay, tree 1, yes, or my tree, the tree 1, so yes.
Or the Jones tree?
Okay, yeah.
Now, tree 1, the reason, as you know, Detective Buning has a slightly different opinion as to the likely specific area of origin in relation to the cause of this ignition, and has identified a second tree. But dealing with what I'll term tree 1 or your tree, and I'll just have that brought up on screen if I may. It's found at page 56. It's D15 if you have your report to hand, Mr. Jones. Is that a photograph of the tree which we're referring to as tree 1, which you believe is the likely specific area of origin in relation to the Gospers Mountain fire?
Yes, it is.
Now, before we move on, at the time that you undertook your site inspection, did you identify any other trees that may have been struck by lightning or not?
There was another tree down slope further that was brought to my attention that it could have been damaged by lightning. That was branches had been blown off the top of that and landed on the ground and was relatively unburnt.
When was that brought to your attention, Mr. Jones, that matter?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was when I was there with Neville Wern, when we were first doing the fire investigation. Neville was interested in it. Unfortunately, that other tree, which I've included in my report, is with a green flag beside it. The fire indicators for when I was following them didn't actually originate from there.
All right, I'll come to that shortly, but I might just see if we can zoom in on this image that's on the screen now, Mr. Jones. And you see towards the back of the photograph behind tree 1 a further tree that's charred?
Yes, I can.
Have you, since this photograph was taken at the time of your inspection, come to learn that there may be an additional tree that others think may have been struck by lightning, which has been identified as tree 2?
I was aware of other trees in the area that had been badly damaged by fire at some stage previous, and I ignored going straight to sort of like a tree that you would think, oh, that's the tree. I needed to go and follow the fire path indicators as per the science that I've been trained in. And that's what's led me to this one particular tree.
Did you, at the time you undertook your inspection in January of 2020, undertake an inspection of that tree that we see behind tree 1, which is blackened and charred?
No, I didn't.
And in terms of there being perhaps other opinions as to other trees being impacted by lightning, did you come to learn that much later in 2020 when you were contacted by Detective Sergeant Holgate or Detective Buning?
By Detective Bruning.
Thank you. Now, I'll just go, you mentioned that your colleague at the time of your January 2020 inspection was interested in another tree that may have been impacted by lightning. Does that appear at page 64 of the brief of evidence? It's image D023, if that assists you, Mr. Jones.
Yes, correct.
And did you... Sorry to cut you off, please go on.
Oh, no, and it's also, the photograph's also of the top of the tree, 24.
Yes. Did you come to exclude the image, the tree that we've seen in D23 and D24 appearing at pages 64 and 65?
Yes, again, there were no fire indicators that I could see that clearly indicated that lightning has struck that tree and a fire has originated from it. I'm aware that there could have been some damage by lightning to that tree, but I don't know, the top had been severely blown apart, but I could not see the indicators were not leading to that tree.
And therefore you excluded it as a possible ignition point for this fire, that is the Gospers Mountain fire.
Correct.
More recently, Mr. Jones, have you had the benefit of reading Detective Sergeant Buning's opinions in relation to the likely cause of the Gospers Mountain fire?
Yes, I have.
Do I take it that you disagree with the opinions he's expressed that tree 2, in his view, was the more likely cause of the ignition?
Yes, I disagree that was the tree that started the fire.
And can you just outline why it is you disagree in terms of tree 2 being the source of the ignition as opposed to tree 1?
Yeah, I base that on one, that the tree possibly had been hit by lightning at some stage, but the coloration of the actual trunk of the tree that was chopped down, to me, indicated with my experience that this tree had been killed by some means, fire, lightning, whatever, sometime previously, and knowing that there had been a fire some 6 years previously through that area, I believe that could have possibly been the reason why that tree was damaged. It could have been hit by lightning 6 years ago. It could have started another fire, but there were no fire indicators. The second reason why I'm saying this, there were no other indicators I could see that were coming from that tree that were starting that fire.
And pausing there, in terms of fire indicators, is it true to suggest that the first inspection of fire indicators in and around tree 2 that you undertook was when you attended the site in June of 2020?
That would be correct.
For clarity, in January of 2020, you did not undertake a ground-based inspection of tree 2, that's so?
Tree 2 was probably slightly outside the area where I started my serpentine pattern.
I take it the answer to my question was you did not undertake a ground-based
That's
inspection?
correct. Thank you, I did not.
In January of 2020. In June of 2020, when you've attended the site for the second time and you've undertaken an examination in and around Tree 2, was the site degraded from your observation from the passage of time or not?
There were still some fire indicators. I did not go back to go and do a fire investigation in June. That was not my role. My role was purely to go and show them where where Tree 1 was. So it was really up to the forensic services people and the police to be able to go and do that inspection. So I let them do what they had to go and do.
Do I take it you didn't spend much time looking for signs, that is fire indication, from Tree 2 or not?
That is correct. I did not.
One of the National Parks and Wildlife Service officers who attended the fire ground on the 27th of October, that is in that area around the knoll, has provided this description based on his observations as follows, and it's referring to a tree that may have been hit by lightning. He says this: it was a stringy bark tree. It had a branch fallen off it facing south, and the top of the tree, I would say to me, appeared to have been struck by lightning as the top was split and there were bits of timber shards and bark spread around the whole tree. I noticed what I believe to be shards of timber and debris from that tree up to 50 metres away from that tree. Pausing there, if I may, Mr Jones, does that describe any observations you made of the area around Tree 2 or not when you undertook that second inspection in June of 2020?
There were branches that had fallen to the ground at some stage previously. The description that you've given then was more towards the tree that we have talked about on D24, a stringy bark tree with the top that had been blown out.
The particular officer then goes on to say this: I made a quick assessment of the tree and the surrounding area. I noticed that it was close to the heel of the fire ground. I noticed that the burn patterns on the ground had what I would term fingered away from the tree. By fingered, I would say the burnt areas were narrow tracks that led away to other ground that had been completely burnt. Now, does that accord with any observations you made of either Tree 1, Tree 2 or the third tree that you discounted, that your colleague identified as a potential cause?
In my Tree 1 had fingers leaving it from the split that was photographed, but I was not able to go and identify any of those other distinguishing features that you've just talked about from the Tree 2. Mind you, again, I did not go and do a close examination of Tree 2.
And can I ask you this, please, Mr Jones? Have you very recently been provided with an expert report provided by Professor Blackburn?
Yes, I have.
Who undertook an analysis of both Tree 1 and Tree 2. In summary form, Professor Blackburn has expressed the opinion that the evidence available to him, at least, makes it beyond any reasonable doubt that the Gospers Mountain bushfire was started by a forked lightning strike to trees 1 and 2, caused the ignition of dry flammable grass and undergrowth in the vicinity of the trees. Do you agree or disagree with that opinion in relation to one forked lightning striking both Tree 1 and 2 at the same time to cause the ignition at Gospers Mountain?
Yes, I agree that it was more than likely lightning strike that had caused this fire.
And do you agree with Professor Blackburn's opinion that lightning has struck both tree 1, that is the tree you've identified, and at the same time also struck tree 2, which has then caused the ignition? Or do you still maintain it's just tree 1?
I could not definitely say that tree 2 had not been struck by lightning at that event. So I'm assuming lightning did hit both trees. I just don't know, I'm sorry, whether that lightning strike on tree 2 was actually a couple of years ago that killed that tree.
The short point to be made is that both yourself, as an experienced New South Wales Rural Fire Service fire investigator, and Detective Buning, experienced forensic detective, and Professor Blackburn are all in agreement that lightning was the most likely source of ignition in relation to the Gospers Mountain fire?
True.
And to the extent that there may be some disagreement, it may relate to a more specific area of origin, namely tree 1 versus tree 2.
True.
And in terms of the distance between tree 1 and tree 2, would you agree with Detective Buning that it's in the order of they're 16 metres apart or thereabouts?
I would have put it more towards 20 to 25 metres.
And in terms of excluding other possible causes, and you touched upon this in your evidence earlier this afternoon, were you able to exclude other possible causes or potential causes of this ignition?
Yes, I found it interesting that there was actually a bushwalker rescued from the Gospers Mountain area by National Parks some weeks previous to the start of that fire. And that gave me an indication that there has been some level of human activity in that area. So I was looking for campfires and I was looking for any other human activity that I could see in that area that may have been a possible cause, which I was able to eliminate.
And by that, I take it cigarette butts were excluded?
Absolutely, yes.
And in terms of the fuel loads, and you may not be able to answer this question, but did you get a sense of what the fuel loads were like pre-ignition or not?
It's pretty difficult after a fire, but knowing that a fire had been through there 6 years previously, and knowing it's pretty hard country, and with my experience, I believe there would have been something like maybe about 10 tonne to the hectare, maybe 15 tonne to the hectare. It was a pretty hard, rocky sort of area. So, yeah, something like that.
And in terms of the environmental conditions leading up to the 26th of October, which is the likely date of ignition, how would you describe those environmental conditions, both in terms of wind, heat, relative humidity, and the like?
I mean, we were in drought. I can't quote the exact figures on that particular day, but there had been several fires burning around in the Hawkesbury before then, and we were building into a good summer for fires. What a dangerous time.
Your Honour, that concludes my examination of Mr Jones.
Thank you. Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honour, just briefly, could the witness be shown the photograph at 81-6 of the brief of evidence? Mr Jones, is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
And within the photograph, are you able to identify the tree that Mr Castleton's been referring to as tree 2?
Yes, that's the one where the police officers are standing beside.
And in terms of what's shown in that photograph, are there any matters that you wish to draw to Your Honour's attention which are relevant to the opinions that you've expressed?
Yes, that photograph shows two other trees or stumps of trees that are standing, not just the one where the police officers are. And all of those were indicating to me that the fire had burnt through there previously. The other thing that I was interested in was actually the coloration of the tree, which is called tree 2, and the greyness of that timber indicated to me that that tree had been killed sometime previously, possibly years, by fire. And as per the other trees, they've been badly damaged by fire as well.
So when you said there's an indication that the fire had burnt through there previously, do you mean a different fire on a much earlier occasion?
Yes, sorry. Yes, corrected. It was a fire that had, there was a fire about 6 years previously had burnt through that area according to the national parks. And as we all know, that as a fire burns through the bush, it leaves timber scars. And I believe that that tree could have possibly been destroyed by fire up to 6 years ago.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Newton. Anything arising, Mr Castleton?
Not strictly arising, Your Honour, but with Your Honour's leave, could I just ask one additional question of Mr
Certainly.
Jones? Mr Jones, it relates to the third tree which your colleague identified, which was image D23 or 24. Are you able to say how far that particular tree was from tree 1 or not?
Yes, it was downslope towards the helipad. It was a distance of some, say, 30 to 40 metres away.
And in terms of the direction downslope towards the helipad, what direction was that in terms
That was towards the south.
to the south?
of the Nile. Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Your Honour, that concludes the examination.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr Jones. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the oral evidence today. In terms of the programming for tomorrow, can I remind the parties that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning there's a directions hearing in relation to the southern region fire inquiries, and that could take in the order of half an hour. Then recommencing the Gospers Mountain and Gospers Valley fire inquiries. The next witness will be Andrew Benson, Senior Field Officer with the National Parks and Wildlife Service. And then my learned friends, Ms Water, Senior Counsel, and Mr Wilcox will take evidence in relation to the Gospers Valley fire, the first witness being the officer in charge of that investigation, Detective Sergeant Laura Harvey. She will be followed then by New South Wales Fire Investigator Darren Howell, and that will conclude Thursday's evidence, Your Honour. Friday, it's proposed that Rebecca Lowe will be interposed to give evidence in relation to the Gospers Mountain fire inquiry on Friday morning. Then returning back to the Gospers Valley fire inquiry, Your Honour will hear evidence from Mr Welshinger, and then Matthew O'Donnell, who was the lead investigator into the RFS factual investigation in respect of the Gospers Valley fire, followed by some short oral addresses.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn and resume at 10 a.m. for the directions hearing.
No, please support.